21st, 1995, an interview being conducted by Francis Feldman with Dr. Barbara Solomon, the Vice Provost at the University of Southern California. This is being done for two purposes. One is the archives of the University of Southern California Social Welfare Archives, and for the School of Social Work, which is now celebrating its 75th birthday. One reason to celebrate is Barbara Solomon. And so I will ask you, Barbara, if you'll start by telling us what your background is, how you came into social work, why, and then on.
The timing is really quite elegant because I just realized that this year, 1995, marks the 30th year since I was made a career teacher here at the University of Southern California. That was the last year of my doctoral program, and at that time I had no knowledge that there was any opportunity for me to join the faculty of the School of Social Work. Entering the doctoral program, we were all told that the school would not hire its own graduates, that this was a traditional policy in universities not to hire their own graduates, which we called the incest rule. And so I really believed that my teaching career would be elsewhere. However, I think my choices in terms of a career have always seemed to be based more on the opportunities of the moment rather than any long-range planning. When I went off to undergraduate school quite young, at 15, I thought I wanted to be a psychiatrist. Having grown up in a totally segregated community in the South, in Houston, Texas, one might ask, what did I know about psychiatry? And the answer is absolutely nothing except what I had read or perhaps seen in the movies. But the idea of being a professional who dealt with people who were emotionally disturbed and somehow being able to help them to become better able to manage their lives seemed to me to be an exciting kind of career. I barely understood at that time that I needed to go to medical school in order to be a psychiatrist. But when I arrived at Howard University and indicated my career goals, I was certainly told by the counselors there that, of course, I would have to go to medical school first. And so they began helping me to develop my course schedule, my schedule of classes on that basis. And of course, that meant taking elementary laboratory courses in the biological sciences. And one of my problems has been that I have never been able to see anything under a microscope. Having worn glasses since the first day I entered a classroom and they discovered I couldn't see the blackboard, I wore very thick lensed glasses then, and somehow attributed perhaps my need for corrective lenses as a reason that I never saw anything under the microscope. But it was very clear that with all those lab classes that I was at a distinct disadvantage, and I began almost immediately to rethink my career goals. My counselor suggested that perhaps psychology, clinical psychology, might be an opportunity where I could do something similar without having to go to medical school. So I changed my major to psychology. But at that time, the psychology department at Howard was extremely experimentally oriented. Freud was discussed only in the history of psychology, not as anyone who had any contemporary significance. And I learned an awful lot about physiological psychology. I learned a lot about animal behavior. I learned a lot about stimulus response, kinds of mechanisms, ran rats through mazes, but hardly anything, I thought, about people. And so I was very concerned about whether I really wanted to be a clinical psychologist, since I was not getting much interest or advice from the department at the time, not even in terms of what a minor ought to be. And so I was left to my own devices, and I took courses very broadly in the social sciences. And as my senior year started, I thought maybe I should take a course in social work, since someone had told me that psychiatric social work was an alternative to clinical psychology. So the first semester of my senior year, I took an introductory course in social work in the School of Social Work that was offered for undergraduates there at Howard, and actually thought I really liked what I was hearing. I liked the kind of things that social workers would be doing. So it occurred to me that maybe social work was the profession. And I set off for the catalog at UC Berkeley, which was an area where I had many relatives, where my mother had gone to graduate school. And I thought graduate school at UC Berkeley School of Social Welfare might be for me. When I got the application materials, one of the things I saw immediately was that I needed a year of economics. I had had none, and this came right after registration week for my last semester in my senior year. So I prevailed upon the economics department to let me take both semesters of economics in my final semester, in order that I would be eligible to get into Berkeley. What I didn't realize later was that the waiver that they had to give me in order to admit me to Berkeley was actually in terms of my age, because I was entering the School of Social. They were looking at me as I was graduating from undergraduate school at 19, and 21 was usually the minimum age for entering the master's program in social welfare. So somehow that requirement had escaped me, and so it was only much later that I learned that they had been less concerned about my economics courses than they were about my age.
But you learned something.
I did. And actually, as it turns out, as I look back now, they had a right to do that, because I think I went into social work education very naive about the profession. I was asked to make a decision on my application as to whether I wanted casework or group work. I had no real understanding of the difference. More importantly, I had no idea that certainly at that time the choice would actually determine almost irrevocably the course of my career. And as I look back, the only thing that I can think of that influenced my decision to put casework instead of group work was that the summer before I entered my senior year at Howard, I had been a volunteer at a community center near my home, and I had been a volunteer in a program for inner city youth, and those kids had given me such a fit, I decided that if that was group work, I must want casework. And so
Well, wasn't that fortuitous?
it was indeed. And so I checked casework. Berkeley was a very interesting graduate program at that time. Actually, I arrived at Berkeley the year after Eric Erickson left the faculty. He had been on the faculty until that previous year, but his influence was very, very great. And it's somewhat ironic given the direction the school has taken in later years, but at that time it was very Freudian. Erickson was almost seen as someone radically distant. Now we would put them in very much in the same ideological bag, but at that time psychoanalytic theory was very much the basic fundamental theory of practice for social work education at UC Berkeley. And the first year was generic, and we were to choose specializations. It was also the last gasp of the specialization era in social work education. And so I had to choose in my second year a specialization. I had entered with the notion of becoming a psychiatric social worker, but my parents had made it very clear that after having made a lot of sacrifice to send me to undergraduate school and get a degree, and I had a younger sister who was then as an undergraduate, that I needed very badly to get financial support for my graduate education. I had gone to Berkeley with absolutely no financial support that first semester. No one had, at the time I had applied, indicated to me that I was eligible for any kind of financial assistance. I look back now, especially having spent some time as a graduate dean, knowing how important financial support is for graduate students, and especially minority students who very often have not had access to the kind of information about what is available. I know what a disadvantage I was in at Berkeley at that time. I had been a Phi Beta Kappa graduate of Howard. I'd had graduated with something like a 3.8 grade point average, but not one offer of graduate support of any kind had ever been made to me. And it was only after I got to Berkeley that I discovered that almost everybody else in the program had a fellowship of some kind. I did ask my advisor, who indicated that perhaps there was the possibility of getting financial support in my second semester with a vocational rehab fellowship that had just come down, that the federal government had just made available, and Berkeley had access to it. But I would have to commit to a specialization in medical social work. At that point, there did not seem to me to be that much difference, and obviously, if I was going to be supported, I signed on the bottom line that I would specialize in medical social work. And so my second semester, I started receiving a stipend from vocational rehab. Ironically, that summer, between my first and second year, when I was back home in Houston, I received a letter from the university indicating that the Nixon administration had done away with the program that had supported the voc rehab fellowships, and so they would not be forthcoming for the next year. However, I was urged to come back for my second year with the assurance that the school would do everything that they could to try to find support for me. Although, as you can imagine, at that time, all of the available fellowships had already been allocated for the second year.
Barbara, were
yes.
there many minority group students there?
Not at all. Approximately 100 in my cohort, and there were two minority students. Both of us, by the way, who'd come from Howard together. We were friends, and we both decided to come to the School of Social Work at Berkeley at that time, and we were the only minority students.
And so there was no special effort made to help the two minority students with fellowships?
None whatsoever. And as I said, when I look back now, I think there is a certain level of expectation that has to be achieved before you even push the system. I think, as I look back now, if at the time I had applied, I had said very forcefully, I cannot come for graduate study without some kind of support, I truly believe that probably I would have been offered some. But I did not know that the support was there. No one, as I said, had ever spoken with me as an undergraduate about graduate education, not even in the psychology department. It's interesting there, you would think at a minority institution that they would have been much more sensitive, but when I look back at my graduating class and the psychology majors who went on to graduate school, they were all men. Which,
so this was a double.
It was, I think not only that I was female, but I was also very young. I mean, at the time I was taking these courses, and I'm not sure that my faculty, even the ones who may have been giving me A's in courses, thought of me as a potential faculty member, and obviously a doctorate is PhD is the union card for the university teaching and so on, and I just don't think in their minds they even thought of me. I was a young girl. And so one of the males in my class went on to be not only a very distinguished psychologist, he became president of CCNY in New York. But so it's not as if, I guess, the faculty had not been aware about graduate opportunities, but certainly it was nothing that was a kind of automatic kind of thing that you would be exposed to and learn. There had to be the pressure. And certainly I am sure that there were perhaps some students who had come from families who had a who had a background in higher education for many generations or for several generations, may have known more than I did about that, because both of my parents had been the first in their respective families to go to college. My father was there only 2 years. My mother went on to graduate. My mother was the youngest of 14 and was the only one of the 14 who ever graduated from high school. No less had gone on to college, and this was because of a relative who had seen something in her and had told her parents that they wanted to send her to college. So again, I think we didn't push the system, and so although later both of us received support, it was nothing that we had demanded at the point that we were admitted to the program. By the way, the other student, my friend, had also been Phi Beta Kappa, and in fact had gotten a foreign travel award right after our graduation, so that right after she came back from Europe, she came to Berkeley, where we entered the School of Social Work. She went on to get a doctorate from Catholic University in social work. I think that there was no question that we were qualified to get that kind of support, but it was just not there. And as I said, we were the only minority students in our first year class. The next year there was one. And so in the 2 years that we were in the program at Berkeley, there were only 3 minority students out of 200 students at 100 in each year's class, because that was the number that they usually admitted. So I think, as I said, that I kind of fell into medical social work not because it was something I had even aspired to in the beginning, but because that was where support was. My parents were very concerned that I was going back, all the way back to Berkeley, without knowing whether I was going to be able to afford to stay in school. Actually, my father was a Pullman porter, so the travel was not difficult because we got passes. But I had already arranged to stay in International House that second year before I left, and of course my fellowship was going to make it possible for me to pay to stay in International House. So I arrived at International House not knowing at all how I was going to be able to pay my room and board in this place. And sure enough, when I got there, my advisor indicated that they weren't sure yet what they were going to do, but they were certainly working hard on it, and they were going to try to do something before the end of the registration period, when I was going to have to come up with tuition and room and board at International House and all of that. And they did. It was very interesting. They were able to get the Alameda County Lung Association to agree to provide me with a fellowship for that year. They had gone out and asked. There were actually 4 of us who had been dropped from the vocational rehab program, and 2 of us they had not yet found fellowships for, and we were able to be supported by agencies that they had contacted. And the Alameda County Lung Association, I will not forget, for 2 reasons. One, they absolutely did not put a dollar amount. They said, tell us what your expenses are for the year, and that is what we will meet. So what you have to do is tell us what you need for your room and board, for your transportation, for your books, and all of this, and that's what we will commit to. And so that's what I had to do, and it was wonderful.
An early lesson in budgeting.
Absolutely, and it was really wonderful. And the chairman of their board, once it had, evidently this had to pass their board, it did, and I was asked to go down and meet him, and they would give me a check. Essentially, that's essentially what happened. And I will not forget that, because this chairman of their board was the president of a major insurance company. When I got to his office, they told me to go on in the office, that he was on the telephone, but that he would be off shortly and would talk to me. So I went in and I took a seat before this man, and he a very, very patrician-looking man, I would say probably early 50s, with a clearly East Coast kind of accent, which probably I would have, if I had known as much then as I do now, would have said Boston. But at any rate, he was talking on the phone to someone about an employee who they were, or an applicant, I think it was an applicant, or someone that they were considering bringing into the company. And he was making it clear that he just wouldn't do. That maybe the time would come at some later point when they would take somebody who was Jewish, but it wasn't yet that time. And he, the person on the other end, appeared to be trying to support this person being brought into the company. And he was saying, no, when I go over our client list and I look at who we are serving, I will just have to tell you that this is not the time to bring somebody Jewish into the organization. I mean, and I'm sitting there.
And had he known that you were a minority member?
He certainly saw it when I was sitting right in front of him.
Yeah, but he hadn't known before.
Probably not. And I was sitting there listening to this conversation. And he was not at all apparently, how should I put it? It didn't seem to him that he had anything to apologize for in this kind of conversation. He didn't in the least try to cover up the fact that this is the kind of point he was making. And he must have been on the phone for about 10 minutes before he hung it up. He apologized for keeping me waiting, but he certainly didn't apologize for having, and I'm kind of sitting there somewhat stunned that he would so...
What did you think in terms of yourself when you listened to this?
When I was listening to this, I was thinking, I'm sure glad that he is seeing for the first time who I am, because if not, I might not be getting this award. I mean, it was very clear. Of course, I mean, he was a very smooth person. I mean, it never, he said that, congratulated me on my academic achievements, my performance. They had looked at the file, and it was, really stellar, and so therefore they were very pleased to be able to do this for the school, etc., that they felt very positively about, that the Lung Association, some of their most prized staff were out of the UC School of Social Welfare, and so they felt very good about that, and that was one of the reasons they felt that our alums had done the school credit and so on. So, but I had my second year supported, but it certainly began to open up for me at that time. And I was not yet 21, but I was already, I think, experiencing what the real world was like out there. And I had, at the time I graduated, my intention was to be the best clinical social worker I could be, never having really thought much beyond that. And if someone had pushed me at that time to say, well, what are your long-range career goals? What do you think you might be doing 20 years from now or something like that? I might have said, well, I think I might be the director of an agency or something, and I would want it to be a very fine agency, and I would talk about, so that perhaps administration might have been in the back of my head, but certainly not teaching at that point. And maybe I can back up a little bit to say that my mother was a teacher, and I had always said that I didn't want to do it. She had, and we had been introduced to Berkeley, my sister and I, very young, because my mother did graduate work during the summers, came to summer school at Berkeley to get an administrative certificate, because we had cousins who lived in Richmond, and we could stay with our cousins, and she could commute to the campus and take classes. And at those times I would, because I always read everything in sight, and I would pick up her education textbooks, and I thought they were the most boring things that I had ever seen in my life. And so therefore announced that never was I going to go to a school of education. And so therefore said, you know, I won't teach. And because of this, never really thought about teaching even at the university level. So when I got out, when I graduated, I came back to Houston and was hired at the Veterans Administration Hospital in Houston. And let me tell you about that, because during that period between my first and second year, when the school had to inform me that I did not have funding for the next year, they told me, we do have the possibility of 2 additional VA placements. There are 4 of you, but we only have 2 VA placements, and you will have to be interviewed by the director of social service at a VA hospital in your area. And they gave me the telephone number of the chief of social work service in the VA hospital in Houston. I called the hospital immediately to get an appointment. She was on vacation. And so I didn't get a chance to talk to her until about maybe almost 2 weeks after I had been asked by the school to get in touch with her immediately for this interview. But I did go in for the interview. And after a long interview, she'd indicated that she would write a very good letter of recommendation for me. But by that time, they had already made the placement, so I didn't get I didn't get the VA placement. But when I went back to Houston, after I had gotten my degree, and I was thinking about where I wanted to work, and I'd come out of medical social work, someone told me, MD Anderson Cancer Hospital is looking for a medical social worker, so maybe you should apply there. And I arranged to go in for an interview with the chief of social work service at MD Anderson, who interviewed me. Again, I got the impression, talking to him, because he commented on it so much, that I probably wouldn't get it because I was terribly young again. And he seemed to be quite concerned that somebody as young as I was would be considering coming to work in that kind of environment, a cancer hospital, many elderly people who were terminally ill, or even whether I ought to, even if I wanted to. It seemed to be his attitude. So I went away from there feeling I certainly won't get that job. But the next day I had a phone call, and it was from this chief of social work service at VA, who said, I understand you are looking for a job, and you were actually being interviewed at MD Anderson, and I would have thought that since I had talked to you that you would have contacted me when you came back to town, because we have openings here at VA. And I said, oh, well, you know, I certainly would consider it. And so I went in and was interviewed and was hired almost immediately at VA Hospital, which had just desegregated its hospital 2 years before. They had hired their first social African-American social worker that same year that the hospital was desegregated. She was the wife of a faculty member at Prairie View College, which was a historically black college right near Houston. And when her husband was transferred there, she had been in the VA system for some time. She applied for the transfer, and she was there, but she only stayed 1 year. And she was not there when I came to the staff. But it was a teaching hospital, and it was not long before I had students. The social work service department actually had students from 3 different schools of social work, from the University of Texas at Austin, from Our Lady of the Lake in San Antonio, at Warden School of Social Work in San Antonio, and LSU. And all of these schools had block placement plans so that students were sent there for a block of time, so that they were there almost the same hours that any other staff were there, and then they went back. They had coursework before and after. So I became a field instructor for the University of Texas, I think the second year that I was working there at VA in Houston. And I enjoyed it thoroughly. I thoroughly enjoyed teaching.
It was a different kind
It
of
was
education.
a different kind of education, absolutely. I thoroughly enjoyed it. And then the faculty at the University of Texas started talking to me about going back and getting a doctorate. They had no minority faculty at the time. They indicated that they would certainly be interested in me joining the faculty there in Austin if I would go back and get a doctorate. And I was not really that enthusiastic at the time because Austin was not a city that I thought I wanted to move to. And the notion of going back for the doctorate was not as much a concern as the thought that what they were really trying to say was that I should move to Austin, which it was even at that time was not the bright lights in the big city, and I had always lived in a city, and Austin was a very small town, even though
you weren't married yet.
Not yet. And in fact, that year, I started working at VA about, I think it was 1958, and I was married in 1961, so I was married 3 years. So the year after I started the field instruction at University of Texas, got married, and we moved to California. And I transferred to the VA hospital here out at Wadsworth, and made one of the conditions of my accepting their offer that I would be able to have students, because I had found that to be such an important part of my job that I wanted to continue that opportunity to do that. And actually Wadsworth had not had students for a few years, and they said that they hadn't had anybody on the staff who had really wanted to do that or felt they had the time or whatever. And so they arranged with UCLA to take students again, and so I became the field instructor there and continued to love it, and found myself looking forward to the time that it was as if I was marking time until the students returned from the time they left until they came back again, and then began to think, why should you do what you really love part-time? Why not do it full-time? And of course by then I had a much better grasp of what being on a faculty in a university, at least in a school of social work, because I knew that. And I talked to my husband, and we had a baby about 6 months old at the time that I was making this decision. Should I go back to school or not? And he had just taken a new job, and I said, you know, it's really going to be better for us because we want kids, and I can't see myself staying at home all day just taking care of kids. That's just not me. And yet, being on a university faculty should give me a great deal more flexibility in terms of parenting than having a 9-to-5 job 5 days a week, etc. Classes are not every day, all day, and so on, and so it should give me more time. And he was extremely supportive and said, you know, if this is what you really think that you want to do, then I'll certainly help as much as I can. And I can truthfully say that he lived up to every bit of that in terms of being helpful, and I don't think I could have gotten through the doctoral program if it had not been for the kind of support that he was giving. And I think it was that we were both seeing it as a common decision. I mean, it was a joint decision. It wasn't my decision that he then went along with. I think it was a joint decision all along. And so much so that the second year, after I finished my first year, I got a phone call from someone who was applying for the doctoral program. And she had small children and a husband, and she'd asked whether they thought it was okay for her to come into a doctoral program and still be able to carry out her obligations with her family. And they said, oh, Barbara Solomon was in the program last year. You might want to talk to her since she has small children, family, and so on. And so this woman called me. And when she asked me, you know, how did the year go, I said, it was wonderful. It was one of the best years of my life. I really, it's the opportunity to be with the faculty who are more peers than faculty-student relationships, who have truly taken an interest in what you want to learn and how you're going to learn it, and really form a partnership with you in order to make that happen. And to be able to do this and to go in the library and read a book from front to back and all of this, I said, it was absolutely a wonderful year. And she said, well, you know, I think maybe then I will try it. I said, a year later, I got a call from this person who practically cursed me out. She said that it had been the worst year of her life. She said, I remember last year all the things you said, and I got in the program, and it was the worst year of my life. And then she began to tell me why. And it had nothing to do with the school or the faculty. It had to do with the fact that she had a husband who, even though he had agreed that she could do this if she wanted to, he made it very clear that he did not intend to make any sacrifices because of this. And so he wanted his dinner there when he got home from work. She still had total responsibility for the kids. And so just trying to, the logistics of all of this, trying to do this, had been absolutely overwhelming for her.
Sounds horrible.
It was. It absolutely was. And the kind of tragedy of it was that she didn't get to experience what I had experienced, because I had found the USC School of Social Work so different from Berkeley. They were in the same state, but they might as well have been on different planets in terms of the way, first of all, the curriculum. As I indicated, Berkeley had been very psychoanalytic, very Freudian, and I had gotten very little in the way of social policy. And as a matter of fact, we had one course on social welfare history, Walter Friedlander, social welfare history, and there was a course on social work and the law. There was no specific course on social welfare policy at all, and although we certainly got some of it in the history course, because a lot of it was the history of legislation and so on that influenced social work practice, but certainly not in terms of policy analysis or formulation or anything like that. So USC was very different in that respect. Of course, a doctoral program is very different from a master's level program anyway, just in terms of the numbers. The numbers are smaller. There is more contact with the faculty, but I even discovered early on in the doctoral program that the master's level courses were much smaller than my courses had been at Berkeley. We did not have a thesis at Berkeley. We had a comprehensive examination, which of course caused always high anxiety as you were getting ready to get your degree, because you also had to pass the comprehensive examination. I still recall one of my classmates about the time that everybody was studying for the comprehensive exams saying to me, Barbara, everybody else seems to be absolutely spaced out because they're so anxious about this examination, and you seem to be taking it in stride. You don't seem to be concerned about it.
Number one, continuing with Barbara Solomon.
Yeah, I asked someone on the faculty, perhaps my faculty advisor, as we were discussing the comprehensive examination, how many people fail this exam each year? And my advisor said, well, usually there are at least 2 or 3 people who fail it each year. I said, well, I looked around at my cohort, and I decided that I might not be number 1, but I'm not number 97 in here. And so the chances are fairly good that I am going to get through this comprehensive examination. And I did, but I often had thought it would have been much nicer to have been able to have a research project or a thesis or some product at the end that I could feel good about and that I felt might make some contribution to knowledge. And I think about that now because that is where scholarship, I think, really gets appreciated and understood and so on. And I think already I had a sense of wanting to know more and wanting in some systematic way to help develop the kind of knowledge base that we were practicing from. But I certainly didn't have much of an opportunity to do that in my master's program. I certainly had an opportunity to experience what it meant for other students where I was their field instructor, and they were doing their master's thesis or master's research project, and so I was able, I think, to see that it had some very positive meaning for students. The thing that I loved about the doctoral program was the opportunity to think, the opportunity to actually think about what you had done in practice, and to consider alternative explanations and to think about how you could determine which of those explanations were probably true. And I thought that the opportunity to do the research papers, to actually collaborate with the faculty around ideas was just an exciting opportunity. And even though when I decided to enter the doctoral program and to teach, again my focus was on teaching practice, because practice was everything. I mean, this was what it was all about. And all of the questions now that I had did not have answers to, I was going to have an opportunity to find the answers to at least some of them, because I was going to go into a doctoral program and I was going to do research on practice. And so my focus was still on social work practice. And I think it has always been. And even at this point in central administration in the university, I'm often saying to some of my colleagues who talk about, well, of course you would do that because you're a social worker. I think that there is, and usually the of course you would do that, is some situation where there is tension, where there is stress, and where, in contrast to my colleagues, my inclination is to take it on immediately, right now, and deal with it, whereas I find others are much more likely to try to avoid it or ignore it or walk away from it. And I think social workers are certainly those people who know that problems don't go away if you ignore them, and have a deep interest in how problems get solved, particularly problems that deal with people and their relationships to each other. And I think that's why social work skills are often very useful in places where one would not even think of calling for a social worker, but that certainly is something that I feel very strongly about our profession. So the idea that teaching practice could help to constantly improve the profession, because you would be doing research and you would be helping new practitioners going out to be much more effective than they might otherwise have been, was just a kind of real joy. And so the doctoral program gave me an opportunity to think about things that hadn't worked well, and certainly gave me an opportunity to think about the role of the social worker, because that has always been of keen interest to me. What is it that the social worker does in dealing with problems that is going to help the client or the target system to deal more effectively with the problem? And most of that concern, I think, came from one of the deficiencies that I found from a psychoanalytic approach. And that was that you were very often dealing with the unconscious. And so there were things that you were doing with clients that the clients themselves may not be aware of, but because of your knowledge of intrapsychic activity and how the psyche works, you were going to be able to have an effect on them. And I began to believe, even before I left graduate school, that no one ever does effective social work undercover. that unless you have an alliance with this client, you can forget it. I don't care how much Freudian psychology you understand, that up front is the necessity of that client caring about what you think about what they do. If they don't care, then you cannot influence them any way whatsoever. And so I have felt so strongly about this. I think, again, that it certainly inspired a lot of the kind of research that I did. For example, it certainly seemed to me that that in cross-cultural encounters, the developing that kind of collaborative partnership was often more difficult. And so therefore we needed to understand, how does one do that across cultural boundaries? And I had not gotten a great deal of that in my own training. I think, for example, culture in my master's program was culture writ large. I mean, it was Margaret Mead and the Trobihonders. It was not the inner city or what have you. And I think that, again, we had to think more closely to what we were experiencing in our contemporary lives with the people who may be across town from us, but who had cultural differences that often got in the way of us actually being able to develop that kind of partnership that we needed to do in a social work relationship. And so I found the opportunity to begin to explore that actually in the doctoral program. When I was completing my dissertation with no idea that I would teach at USC, and I actually had made an appointment to talk to Eileen Blackie at UCLA, who was the dean then, I guess,
yes,
at UCLA. Had an appointment to talk to her, and Malcolm Stinson called me in and asked if I had thought about the possibility of teaching at USC. And I said, of course not, because I did not think that was a possibility. He said, well, some of the faculty have come to me and have indicated that it might be possible for us to get a waiver from the university-wide Committee on Appointments, Promotion, and Tenure. We don't have any minority faculty here, and they feel very good about what you've done in the doctoral program. And so if we are inclined to do that, would you be interested? Well, of course I would be interested. I was absolutely delighted, because this meant that I would be able to continue to work with the people who had really become the role models for me in terms of what a faculty member ought to be like and ought to be doing. And so I absolutely jumped at the chance. In fact, I canceled my appointment at UCLA. I really began to think about being on a faculty and being on the faculty at USC School of Social Work, and how consistent this was with, or how consistent what I would be able to do there was with what I had often thought about even back in the master's program, and that is the opportunity to bring into practice the kind of life experience that I'd had where I had many questions about relationships between people, among people, between cultures, and so on, and to do it and get paid for it, which was just an exciting opportunity. So still, when it was, what do you want to teach? Practice was right there at the heart of it. Although I had, in the last year of my doctoral program, as I indicated earlier, been a career teacher, which was a kind of NIMH fellowship, which if you were all but dissertation, you could take on and as a beginning instructor in the school, and you only taught one course each semester and had a mentor. And the course that I had taught had been human behavior and the social environment. And I had thoroughly enjoyed that too. So that I had the choice of human behavior and social environment and research, actually, when I came onto the faculty. Research because, again, that was something that I had found a love for, and particularly the statistics in the doctoral program. And actually, my career teacher year, I had been a kind of lab instructor in the statistics program for students who were taking the course outside of the school but having difficulty with it, and the school said, well, we'll provide this kind of laboratory opportunity for you. And I had really found a love for that because the students so often reminded me of myself being very fearful of statistics, and having come through that and having, I thought, learned some things about how to do it so people would not be afraid. It was, again, an opportunity to put into practice something that I had come lately to learn. So I began teaching human behavior, and I began teaching research in the school. And the kind of relationship among the faculty, I to this day feel, was unique. I don't know another place, and I've been to a lot of universities, and I have visited a lot of schools of social work across the country. I think that the relationships among the faculty at the USC School of Social Work during that time was absolutely close. It was collaborative. It was mutually supportive. It was, for a new faculty person coming on, in no way intimidating. And I must say to you that I certainly attribute the kind of seamlessness from the doctoral program onto the faculty, especially in terms of writing for publication, as a major part of that. I still am amused when I hear doctoral students or new faculty today talk about the fact that I wish my doctoral education had made it possible for me to learn more about this whole business of getting published. And I recall the seminar that you had for our doctoral group, where we wrote and we had it critiqued. Faculty critiqued it. We critiqued each other's. And so when I came onto the faculty, I had 2 publications accepted for publication from that experience. These were out of my doctoral program. Now we try to do more throughout this university to get doctoral students to publish prior to getting the degree, and I have to look back and see how far ahead we were back then.
Maybe that's something we have to reintroduce.
Absolutely, because it was indeed extremely useful. I didn't mention that my graduate fellowship was with the Gerontology Center, which was also another environment which was extremely helpful in socializing you to the demands of a faculty career. Certainly the business of research and research grants and publication and all of that was I mean, that permeated that whole institute, so that the graduate students who came through there, I think, were already primed to do the kinds of things that are required to actually have a successful faculty career. And of course, when I have to say to doctoral students now, or young faculty who talk to me about the requirements for tenure and how you get it and all of that, and invariably they will say, well, what did you go through? And I have to say, you know, what my case will make clear is that you cannot generalize. You can't generalize as to what it takes, because you have to look at the times, you have to look at what's being demanded at that point in time. The university at that time was a very decentralized university. There was, at that time, I think, a much greater weight given to what a school wanted than what a university-wide committee wanted. And I recall that after my third year, again, Malcolm Stinson came in and said, well, it looks like you've got a credible publication record. You're doing the research. You're getting published. I think we can go forward for tenure for you. I, at that time, knew very little about the tenure process and about what the requirements were. I knew that I had published. I knew that I was in the process working on a book. But it wasn't a big thing. It wasn't a huge thing. There wasn't the pressure. And I think a lot of it was the trust that I had in the faculty, that if I'm not doing the right thing, they'll let me know. They will let me know. I don't find a lot of that kind of trust of junior faculty now on university campuses, that the senior faculty in their departments will indeed be there for them, make sure that they understand what is happening, and so on. And that's another place that I think that school may have been somewhat unique. I certainly trusted, and I had no reason at any time to regret trusting it, that whatever the demands were, I would be told. That at any point where I might not have been meeting some standards, I would be told. And I would be told in a very collegial way that it would be very positive criticism. It would not be destructive or anything like that. And I certainly felt comfortable in sharing my work with faculty for their criticisms, and then taking their criticisms and then redoing things, and most of the time, therefore, being successful in getting things published. So it was a very collegial kind of environment, and I think that was very instrumental in not only the success I had in the school as a faculty member, but even it served me in good stead when I moved outside of the school, because now, as I'm dealing with faculties all around the university, and very often with faculty grievances, very often with faculty who are discontented, are departments that are where there's a great deal of conflict. I feel that I have a good sense of what's wrong, a good sense of as a faculty, you could be more successful in getting your faculty through the university-wide tenure process if you've cared about them from the day they've gotten here, not just at the time they started to put a dossier together to come across to the university-wide committee. I've said for example, to new faculty coming on into the university, it's extremely important that you begin to understand the culture of your faculty, that you begin to understand what the standards are in terms of the expectations, how excellence is defined. I've said to them, if you're going to write a paper and you're going to present at a conference in your discipline, and they ask you for recommendations for a respondent to your paper, don't choose your friends. Choose senior people at peer institutions who later, when you come up for tenure, you can then have someone out there who knows your work and who may be interested in it and so on, because these are the kinds of things that will help you to get tenure in the university at some later point. I think these are all things I learned from the faculty at the School of Social Work here at USC when I was a junior faculty member and when they were giving me advice and helping me to understand what it would take to get tenure. So when I tell people I got tenure after my 3rd year here, there's often this kind of, you must be kidding. And, well, I feel that it was that kind of environment in which, an environment in which that kind of thing could happen. And we could do more of that, I think, now than we do. When I look back at the kinds of the way the curriculum itself has been responsive to the changing society, I know that it could have only done that with, first of all, faculty who were connected. And that's another thing I've often felt very strongly about our faculty, that the faculty, first of all, we brought on faculty who had experience in practice, so that even though we have had applicants for the faculty who have come out of doctoral programs with almost no practice experience themselves, we've often said that's not the kind of faculty we want here at USC. So I think we've been lucky in that the faculty that we have brought on have been deeply rooted in practice, and so they have not only been willing but eager to make those connections outside. And so the faculty have been very tuned in to the changes that are going on out in the community, and whether it's healthcare, whether it's in the mental health system, whether it's in protective services, whether it's in gerontology or what have you. And because of that, I think the curriculum has probably reflected those changes much more effectively than it might have if we were depending only to look in the literature or something to determine what's, quote, the hot issue that we need to be struggling with and so on. I think that occurred around the issues of community, when community organization was, I think, brought to the center of the curriculum, along with working with individuals and working with groups, working with communities, became also something that every practitioner needed to know something about. not just people who were defined as community organizers. And that was a big leap for many of us who had been trained in from other perspectives. And I think it has helped us to not only help us to articulate, but even to promote a concept of clinical social work that I find absolutely important, but even more than important. It's necessary for the way people's problems emerge. We are not a small town or even small neighborhood kind of communities anymore, so that isolating problems into rigid little categories, so we can say, oh, I only do child welfare, oh, I'm gerontology, or oh, I'm whatever. People and their problems tend to be very interlocking and interrelated with all kinds of things. And so in a single encounter, in a single social work case, you may have to deal with individuals, you may have to deal with the total family, you may have to deal with some group, you may have to deal with the community at large and the way it's responding to that family. And so I think our school has been really out there educating people to be able to do that. I had an experience down in New Orleans at the new School of Social Work at Southern of New Orleans, where one of our graduates, Millie Charles, the dean, and when they were being considered, when CSWA was considering their application for an MSW program, they sent a team to the school to look at their proposed curriculum and all of that, and make recommendations and so on. And when I arrived, Millie and her faculty indicated to me, oh yes, we really wanted you to come because we've read all your work on empowerment, and we are really committed to that perspective and so on. And in one of the meetings, as they were beginning to describe what it was they wanted to do with their curriculum, one of the faculty said, I'm sure Dr. Solomon will appreciate the fact that we're not into all of this clinical thing. We're about empowerment. And I said, hold it, wait. Please don't say that, because I understand what you're trying to say, that clinical social work, from your perspective, deals only with the one-to-one kind of relationship for the most part, and you might talk about family intervention and so on, but it's focused on work with the individual family or small group, and that's what you're defining as clinical. I said, but that's not the way clinical has to be defined. You can define clinical as any kind of intervention that you are doing to enable the individual, family, or small group to function more effectively. Your focus is on that individual, family, or small group. But what you do may require you to intervene in multiple systems, including whole social institutions. I said, we have done, in one project that I had, we developed a whole way of dealing with schools, so that when we were working with this family, we knew what kind of intervention had to be done in the schools and with the people there in order to support what this family is doing outside. So therefore, if we're not educating people to deal with these macro systems like probation departments and welfare departments and hospitals and clinics and so on, and we're only focusing on just the interpersonal relationships between you and this family and small group, that's not effective clinical social work. it's not only not effective clinical social work, what you have done when you say, we're not into clinical, we're into something else on here, you have denigrated clinical social work to something that is not as useful as it could be. Those of you who really believe in clinical social work ought to be the most willing to take this broader perspective, because that's going to make clinical social work viable. Without that, it becomes some kind of artifact of our past or something. It took considerable time for me to help them to understand that this was something that had come about because we are a school where every master's student, not only, and that is whether they intend at some point to be a psychiatric social worker or a community organizer, has had to have work with families. So if you're a community organizer, you're going to have a first-year field placement where you're going to be working with families, and you know what it is to be a practitioner there at the interface of that family and whatever they are having trouble with outside, that you may later as a community organizer want to do something about that dysfunctional community or the resources that are not there to mobilize them or what have you. That no matter, I mean, if you are a clinical social worker that you want to work in some mental hospital with schizophrenic patients, you know something about social policy, you know something about administration, you know something about these things that have to facilitate you and that work with that schizophrenic patient. And that is something that I think that this school has absolutely had at the heart of its curriculum development through the years, that now I think positions this school to be one of the foremost schools of social work in the country.
That was the theory on which Arlene Johnson operated, and we regard us before her, so that it's really built in to the nurturing of the school as it matured.
And it's the kind of thing that helps me, for example, to say to a potential student or someone who says, I think I would like to go to get an MSW from USC, and I say, well, what do you want to do with the MSW? What do you see yourself doing? Why do you want to be a social worker? And for those who tell me, well, I'm really interested in private practice. I want to be a psychotherapist. And what I say to them is, well, the perspective from the perspective of the School of Social Work at USC, if you come out of an MSW program and the only thing you know how to do is psychotherapy, then you are really an untrained social worker. Because and a trained social worker has multiple skills, of which that may be one, but in many cases is not the most important in terms of helping resolve some problem. So therefore, we cannot promise to give you only that. And unless you are willing to really become a trained social worker, then you should not come to our school. And I believe that. And I think it also has made it clear to a number of our students who get out of our school and come back and tell me the difference they perceive in the way they go about problem solving. And some of their peers from other schools is that USC educated social workers, for the most part, really do perceive themselves as resource mobilizers. That is, the fact that someone needs a resource that is not there does not mean that I write in a chart somewhere, this person could use this, but it's not available, and so therefore he does not have access to it. They have to write in there what they have done to try to get it. That it is, and that very often formal resources may not be there, but informal resources can often be accessed, and that's the social worker's job. And I think that is something that our school has been very forthright about in its curriculum. Now, I think as we have now looked out and seen many different kinds of professions emerging, many of them purporting to do what social workers do, I think there's been some concern that perhaps the profession isn't really a profession, and perhaps we could do better getting a doctorate in marriage and family counseling or educational psychology or what have you. But I have looked at all of, certainly from the standpoint of central administration, and certainly when I was graduate dean, all of these kinds of graduate programs, most of them do some of the kinds of things that social workers do, but certainly not all of the things that social workers do, and certainly not all of it which has been integrated in a way that makes it supportive of the way people really are. People need education, people need health care, people need good, positive interpersonal relationships. They need all of those things. And so when they encounter problems in a life situation, they don't need to partialize this out, so I have to go over here to get help with my educational issues. I don't need to go over here and deal with the problems I'm having in getting access to health care, and I don't have to go over here and talk to somebody about the employment issues, and I don't have to go over here. Social work is truly an integrative profession. It's one which says that the person has to integrate all of that, and the person who functions effectively is one who can integrate all of that well. And so therefore, from our perspective, to be able to help them address all of those things simultaneously is frequently going to be much more productive than having it partialized out and then going to 5 different professionals to try to help with that.
What you described is really a distinctive characteristic of social work in contrast to other helping professions.
Yes.
It's a unique characteristic.
It is. It is. And again, I point out that I've said to a number of persons exploring whether they really want to come into social work or not, that the beautiful thing about social work is that it's in every social institution, and that anywhere the individual is, where they can come into, where some dysfunctional relationship between themselves and that social institution, that's where social workers are, because it's at that interface. It's not when that person is alone and sitting in their room and contemplating um, who am I, but it is how I relate to somebody else in some kind of situation or setting. And so therefore we're in the courts, we're in the hospitals, we're in schools, we're all over the place. And so given that, it is a marvelous profession if one feels that over the course of a lifetime they would want to do many different things rather than just one thing. That again, just because I decide in the School of Social Work to do a concentration on family and children, it does not mean that I am forever somehow only there. And I've pointed out to people that in contrast to the old specializations, which had, I think that was much more the medical model, that you were somehow gaining some in-depth knowledge about a particular area. I've seen our concentrations as much more an educational strategy, which says, okay, in our first year, we give you courses in practice, we give you courses in human behavior, we give you courses in social policy, and we give you a field practicum. And we are giving you, at that point, we are focusing on the particular frameworks for understanding those particular areas of social work. But then, in a concentration, we give you an opportunity to see how it all works together. So therefore, you choose a concentration because your practice class, your behavior class, your policy class, your field work will all be in that concentration. And what you're really learning is how in any setting these things get organized in a way that the social worker uses them to be effective in the job that he or she has to do. But once you understand how they relate to each other, then you can go out and do that in any kind of setting. So I have a cousin who...
One. This is side A.
Okay, I was talking about the fact that the concentrations are an educational strategy which permit you to teach how these things actually relate effectively to each other in practice. And I had a cousin who came through the school 10 or 15 years ago.
Our school?
Yes, through the School of Social Work here. And she'd come in, she'd gotten her undergraduate degree at UC Riverside, and came to me and said she thought she wanted to go into social work because she wanted to work with older people, and she knew that we had a School of Gerontology here. Well, actually, it was a Gerontology Center. It was not a school at that time, but she knew that we had a joint degree program with Gerontology, and so that's why she was applying to the school. So she was admitted, and she did a joint degree, a dual degree in social work and gerontology. And I guess it was about 14, 15 years ago. I was visiting her in the Seattle area about 4 years ago, and she was getting ready to go to Korea to pick up some children for her agency. She's the director of a children's agency actually in Tacoma. And I said to her, Cynthia, whatever happened to gerontology? You decided to come into the School of Social Work because you had the possibility of getting the dual degree in gerontology, and I know that your first job was in that area. So how is it that you are now the director of a children's agency? She said, well, I actually worked for AAA in Los Angeles for about 2 or 3 years. She said, then I got married. And when I got married, I came here to, because my husband was transferred to the Tacoma area. At the time, the best opportunity I had was in a family agency, a family service agency. And she said, so I took the job in the family service agency. And she said, I was there, and then I worked up to where I was director of the family service agency. And so then, after several years of administrative experience in that agency, this job came up as director of this children's agency. And it seemed like an interesting job because of what they were doing and what they were trying to do. And so I moved over and became administrator of this agency, and it's been a wonderful experience. And she said, I have not found it difficult to make the transition.
But she worked from the lifespan backwards.
That's right. She did. So, but I think that people who have been educated in our School of Social Work do not find that terribly difficult, because we have not trained people to be effective only in very narrow little ruts. We have indeed, I think, helped them to understand how you take these skills into different settings. And as I indicated here, in the university, I certainly have found that many of the skills that I'm being asked to use now are social work skills. Just to give you an example, we had a dean here who had an extremely difficult time with his faculty, and there were several kind of difficult situations where I had to deal with this dean and at least one faculty member who was getting ready to file a grievance of one kind or another. And in the process, the dean really had he isn't dean anymore, but he had developed some very difficult relationships with some other people around, so that they weren't even, they had kind of decided that they weren't even talking to him, a number of his faculty, a number of other people. But I continued to talk to him to try to see if he couldn't do things in a way that would not cause all of the tension and all this kind of thing. And we kept a very good relationship. Some of the people that he antagonized and that he didn't talk to, I also had very positive relationships with. And I can recall one point where I was asked to do something. Oh, I know. There was something that was a job that we were trying to find somebody to do. And one of the vice provosts came to me and said, I don't understand this. There are two factions here, and they aren't talking to each other. They can't stand each other. But each of the factions has nominated you to do this job. I don't understand that. And I said, but that's what social workers do. Social workers always talk to both sides. I said, if we're doing marital counseling, we don't say, we can only talk to the wife, we can't talk to the husband, even though they're about to tear each other apart. I said, the whole notion is that we need to be able to establish relationships with people who can't stand each other. That constantly we are in situations where we're dealing with dysfunctional relationships where one side absolutely can't stand the other or is hostile toward the other and what have you. And if we couldn't talk to both sides, then we couldn't do our job. We could not be effective. And so what you're talking about is not me. I'm talking about the training that we have had to be able to deal with these kinds of situations. And that's something I feel that I'm constantly having to do, because what I want people to understand is you're not talking about Barbara Solomon's personality that makes her able to do this. You're talking about Barbara Solomon's education and training, which makes her able to do this. And that's a very different kind of notion. And I want them to have the respect for the profession and what the profession actually trains people to do. And I think that there are clearly these kinds of skills that we have been helped to develop that can be utilized in a lot of different areas. Well, let me just talk a little bit more at this point about some of the things that have happened in the way of cross-cultural social work and working with different ethnic groups and so on, because that came to mind as I was talking about what stands me in good stead over here in this job now. It's interesting that at one of our provost staff meetings, the provost said to us, well, we're going to have to deal with something the president is very concerned about now, and that's this whole area of affirmative action. He's concerned that some legislation will come down and they will find that something that we're doing, for example, in terms of giving racial preferences will get us into trouble and difficulty and so on. So first of all, he wants to understand what it is we are doing, and if it looks as if we are giving preferences based on race, to do something so that we won't get somehow clobbered because of what we're doing. So the Dean of Admissions, Joe Allen, said, well, when we admit people to the university, there are factors that can bump people up from one level to another, because we have people on the basis of SAT scores and grade point average and what have you. We have about 4 or 5 levels where people, depending on the higher the SAT score, the lower the grade point average can be to get into 1 or what have you. Anyway, we've got about 5 levels. There are certain things that can bump you up from one level to the next level. Underrepresented minority status is one of them. But we have several. One is if you are an alumnus child, or if you are the child of somebody who made a big donation to the university, or if you are in a geographical area where we would like to have more because we want to be a national university rather than a local one. So he's naming all these things that can bump you up. And so someone on the staff said, well, but I don't think that will save us if they have somehow passed some legislation saying that race or ethnicity can never be used in making decisions about admissions. Then the fact that we bump somebody up from 3 to 2 because they were black or Hispanic or what have you is likely to be perceived as being illegal and that we shouldn't do it. And I said, you know, it's interesting. I said, we struggled with this in social work years ago, and we resolved it, and we have never given somebody a priority on the basis of race or ethnicity. That has not been there. I said, I remember very vividly when we were trying to do affirmative action, when we were trying to say we need to get more students who come from underrepresented minority groups. And I remember the discussion as to whether we should give some kind of bonus points or priority points to persons who were black or Latino or what have you. And the decision was no, we should not do that. What we did decide to do was to give priority to those persons who had had experience in working with low-income disadvantaged groups, to give persons who had, first of all, we gave some, to come in our master's program, we gave some priority to persons who had some kind of prior social work experience, whether it was in a volunteer capacity or what have you. But we gave extra points if they had had some experience in working with underrepresented minority groups. Guess what? 80% of those happened to be African American or Latino students, but 20% of them were not. They were white students. So therefore, we did not discriminate against anybody in making that decision. It was on the basis of something that made sense in terms of what we were trying to be as a school. So you have to get underneath the question of we need more underrepresented minority groups. The question is, why do you need them? Why do you need them? And then you get to the why, and then you say, well, that's what we ought to really support. So if over there in admissions, they are saying, we need a more diverse kind of population because we have, and we need to get people who are at different income levels, different geographic representation. So therefore, if we are carving up Southern California and saying where if now we see that the majority of our Southern California students come from San Marino and Newport Beach and Atherton, then we need to say, okay, for Southern California residents, we will give some priority to those who come from South County, San Diego County, or North, whatever, wherever there are more underrepresented minority students. That way, if somebody is white who comes from there, they get the same amount of priority because they haven't been coming in either. So that's the kind of thing I think social work has been so far ahead of the game that we have developed, I think, much more rational ways of dealing with issues of underrepresentation and those kinds of things that now the whole university needs to benefit from. And again, I think that therefore much of what I can contribute at this level comes from the kind of school I've been in and the kind of experience that I've had there. And I would hope that as we now are looking at a very mean administration in Washington that wants to define, that wants to punish children for what they perceive as the sins of their parents, that want to ignore the fact that on the one hand, dealing with crime and crime prevention is one of our highest priorities. But over here, we don't realize that we are creating a whole generation of new criminals when we let children grow up uncared for, unfed, unprotected, and so on, so that they are going to be the ones who are out there who are mugging and killing all of us. I mean, when we have that kind of lack of critical thinking, it seems to me that to have a school of social work in a major research university where critical thinking is supposed to be the order of the day, that's what we do best, that we can have some influence on this dialogue that's going on right now is exactly what I think our School of Social Work is in a position to do. And that's why I worked with the Chronicle staff person to get that. Did you see the article that was printed in, not the article, the op-ed piece that I did that was in the San Francisco Chronicle a couple of weeks ago on social work is not a do-nothing profession?
No, I didn't see that.
Oh, well, I will have to show it to you.
Yes, I'd like to see it.
Because essentially what I was trying to say in there is that social work is the profession that ought to be getting the most attention now, essentially, rather than the least. This was in response to, I guess it was with a lot of criticism with the crime bill, that the criticism was that it was
army.
more social workers than policemen, as if that automatically meant that it was a bad thing. So I was really pointing out that social workers, you ought to be glad, in essence, if you're getting more social workers, because we're the ones who are trying to deal with these problems, and you can't have it both ways. You can't not want to have the problems, but then you don't want to have the social workers who are there to deal with it.
Will you supply me with a copy of
Before
that?
you go, I have a copy here on my desk somewhere.
Good.
So
Good.
I'll make sure. So, okay, well, I think I'm going to have to run,
All
but...
right, let's find another time.
Mm-hmm.
We're ready to go.
Okay. When I think of my own research and publications, I almost immediately think of 3 or 4 years ago, a South African student in the School of Social Work, a young African woman who was teaching in the School of Social Work in South Africa, was here to get her master's in the United States, and she made an appointment to come in and see me because she said that she had wanted to meet me because she had used my book in her classes in South Africa. And the book was Black Empowerment in Social Work Communities, and she'd indicated that it had been a real challenge to use it because the book had been banned by the South African government. I told her that I thought that was probably one of the nicest compliments I'd ever received, or it would have been if I had felt that they had really read the book before they banned it. But I assumed that the title alone had been enough to get it banned in South Africa, since the last thing that they were wanting to facilitate was black empowerment in the land of apartheid. But at any rate, it was very, very rewarding to me that something that I had written had had that kind of impact, particularly since the work on it had actually begun right after I arrived at the School of Social Work, when in the early 70s, I suppose, I was asked to teach a course on social work practice in black communities. I had been somewhat resistant to do this because I assumed that the reason I was being asked to teach it was because I was black, and yet I had certainly had nothing in my formal social work education to help me develop a conceptual framework about how does one then generate principles of intervention what are the foundation concepts that we need to be able to do that. So I was reluctant to do it, but I was pressed because students at the time were demanding more relevant content in the curriculum, more content about working in inner cities. And
was this in the late 60s and 70s?
Yes, early 70s. I assumed then that I would teach it. However, rather than teach it in a classroom on campus, and as if I were the expert, I would take the class out into the actual community, and that I would facilitate discussion between the students and practitioners who were delivering services in that community to determine whether in fact the kinds of theoretical formulations that we were using to underpin all of our social work intervention had relevance in that community. So we took the class to a multi-purpose community center in South Central Los Angeles that was run by the Methodist Church. We had staff who came to class with us each week, and we also had clients. We used the life stage as the organizing principle for the course, and as we were dealing with the characteristic problems encountered at a particular life stage, the practitioners would invite clients who were experiencing those problems to come to class. And the students and I would present what we had been taught about how to deal with those kinds of problems, and really trying to get some feedback from the practitioners and the clients as to whether this really made sense. We learned an awful lot during that class. For example, I remember very vividly a class when we were dealing with the elderly, the problems of the elderly, and students had been scheduled to make presentations, had actually selected particular problems that they wanted to make presentations to the group on. And a student had made a very fine, I thought, presentation on the problems facing the elderly, and had identified the problem of nutrition, particularly in low-income neighborhoods, actually reducing the quality of life for older people, and had recommended that perhaps the center could think of a meals program there at the center to assist elderly in actually achieving nutritional goals. We had several seniors who came to that class, and when she finished, one of them raised her hand and said, "Well, I'll tell you. I have to ride 2 buses to get to the senior center. And by the time I get on one bus and get off and get on another bus and come here to the senior center and eat lunch at the center, and then I get back on the bus and then get off again and get back on another bus and get home, I'm hungry again. And I'm not sure that that's such a good idea." Well, the student was not to be dismayed. She said, "Well, you're right. And what we really ought to have then, or what the agency should have, is a Meals on Wheels program where we could actually bring the meals to your home." And her response was, "You bring me some groceries and I'll fix my own meal." And it was a kind of stunning insight of how service delivery systems can help to foster dependency rather than help individuals to reach whatever their own potential is for being independent and taking control of their own lives. And this was one aspect of a lot of incidences of powerlessness that we observed in the clients that came to that agency to deal with a whole variety of problems. And very often, their inability to deal with the problems had very little to do with their own individual personality or skill in getting around in their environment. It had a lot to do sometimes with obstacles put in their way based not on some kind of individual attribute or characteristic, but merely because they were black. So we had families who had limited options in terms of their housing. Young families who wanted to move out of the neighborhood because of all of the problems in the neighborhood, and particularly the schools, but couldn't get out because housing was not available to them outside of the community, housing that they could afford. There were adults who had tried to obtain jobs but didn't get the jobs, and they felt that the reason they had not gotten the job was because they were black. There were persons who had jobs, but in parts of the city very distant from their own homes, that made it very difficult for them to get to health clinics with their children to keep appointments, or that they would lose their jobs if they took time off to do this. And it was through that class that I began to think about how I had been taught about powerlessness in my own social work education, that the kinds of theoretical frameworks for practice that we were using were very explicit in terms of the kind of powerlessness that comes from idiosyncratic family relationships and dysfunctional interpersonal relationships that rendered people unable to really take control of their own lives. And so how to design interventions aimed at helping them to understand these relationships and how they were dysfunctional and how they could improve those relationships. I'd also learned a lot about dysfunctional organizations, about how an agency either worked effectively or ineffectively to help the clients who came there. What we didn't have at the time, I felt, in our frameworks for practice, was real understanding of how to deal with the powerlessness that people were experiencing that came from social institutions, that came from their inability to deal and handle and function in terms of major social institutions, the schools, the courts, the probation department, the welfare department, the hospital systems, that most of the families that we talked to had experienced some kind of dysfunctional relationship with those institutions, and had little understanding of how to negotiate those systems in order to get the kinds of things they needed for themselves or their families. It seemed to me then that if we were going in to try to help families deal with their powerlessness, and our assessment of why they were powerless dealt only with their family relationships, but not with their relationships to those social institutions, that we were going to be ineffective. And we had a great deal of confirmation from our clients that that we weren't as effective as they would like us to be, or as from the practitioners, they weren't as effective as they would like to be. And that there is this powerlessness that came from being a member of a stigmatized group that we needed to address more explicitly. So given this, I thought that this was an area that I needed to spend a great deal of time now doing more research, trying to understand exactly what it meant, how one could incorporate into the assessment models of social work practice a simultaneous concern for the relationship between people and these institutions, as well as their own family relationships and so on. So for the next, I would say, 2 or 3 years, I spent a great deal of time soliciting case materials from the agencies that I was the liaison. In the olden days, we were faculty liaison to agencies where our students were placed. We now have field liaison persons who do that totally, but at that time, each faculty member had a group of agencies that they had to oversee the students who were placed there. And I used these agencies as a source of case material, of information that I could use to try to get an understanding of the kinds of problems that were coming from these inner city agencies, the kind of social work intervention that was being carried out, and what seemed to be missing in the way of strategies that addressed the powerlessness that came from other than, as I said, the idiosyncratic family relationships. That led me up to, I guess, 1974, when I went on sabbatical. And I decided to use my sabbatical year to write a book based on what I had learned. I hadn't yet formulated empowerment as a concept, but I spent a great deal of time writing about powerlessness and what social workers needed to do about it. For example, in my analysis of the case materials that I had used, it was very clear that most of our models of practice tended to exacerbate feelings of powerlessness, at least at the beginning. And sometimes, especially with underrepresented minority clients, we couldn't get past the beginning to get to a point where we could establish a good working relationship because they dropped out. And at the very beginning, it seemed absolutely necessary that we set up a kind of peer relationship if we were going to reduce their sense of helplessness and dependence and so on. And that meant the kind of approach that essentially said to the client, you have a problem and you have a great deal of expertise in dealing with that problem. I have some expertise in dealing with that problem based on my experience with a lot of other people who have also had that kind of problem. And I can put my expertise at your disposal so that together we can collaborate on this problem and try to see how you can move towards some solution. So it was almost saying to, or in many instances, saying to the client, I'm here for you to use my expertise in your problem-solving efforts, and I'll collaborate with you in that job, but it's something that we have to do together. And that was giving a great deal of respect to the individual for the strengths that they had. It was moving from immediately from strengths rather than weakness. In contrast, in many of our other models of practice, the beginning was always the assessment phase, where we had to get as much information about the person as possible to help us then make a diagnosis, and on this basis of this diagnosis, choose what kind of intervention that we should make. I found our assessment very often making the client feel even more helpless. By the time they were finished telling us about all the problems they'd had with the men in their lives, with the being put out of their apartments, not able to find housing, by the time they had gone through this whole litany of loss and to explain why they were here in the first place, if they hadn't been depressed when they came in, they were depressed by the time we got through this process. And I was always struck by how we had to, it was even more difficult than moving toward some sense of their ability to take hold of their own lives, because we had just spent an awful lot of time with the weaknesses, not in the strengths. But if we started out from the standpoint of, you are a capable human being and you have got a lot of knowledge and understanding of your problem situation, but you don't have all the information you need, and I'm here to make that available to you. And if indeed you use that effectively, the possibility is that you will be able to solve your problem. And I often told students after that if at the end of our social work encounter with this client, the client said to us, well, you know, I really want to thank you, because without you I just couldn't have done this. But then we know we failed, because the client is saying, it was you. You did it. You got whatever it was that I needed, and so on. And so the client does not walk out with any greater sense of their own ability to function as an independent human being. But if they say to us, you know, I really want to thank you, because if it hadn't been for you, I would have never realized how I could do that, then I think we've won, in essence, because we've helped that person understand that they can take control of their own lives. So it was the formulation of this perspective on practice, which said that for many people, it was absolutely necessary that we immediately began to reduce their sense of powerlessness to handle their own life situation. And this was particularly true when dealing with minority clients who had been so often kept from resolving their problems on the basis of characteristics that I mean, not on the basis of their own characteristics, but merely from the fact that they belong to an oppressed group. So I think the reason this appealed to me was because it was very clear that everybody who comes for social work help or is sent for social work help at that moment is powerless. They're powerless to get something they need or want without some kind of external help. So what we had to deal with, that the sources of that powerlessness may be different for different groups. And so therefore we had to have a great deal of knowledge about the sources of powerlessness for people. But what it meant was that we didn't need a separate theoretical framework for Hispanics, for African Americans, for whites, and so on, because we had an overarching concept that was inclusive, that said, okay, when people come for our help, they are powerless at that point, and now we need to find out why they're powerless, what are the sources of it, and then we take it from there. So it seemed to me that the kind of fragmenting that seemed to be going on when we looked at ethnic-specific kinds of practice could be effectively reduced by a formulation that was inclusive, that made it possible for us to see that every human being has certain common, universal kinds of life experiences and problem situations that we had to deal with. So somewhere, I guess, when the publisher was sending out my book for review, I got comments back that were very positive, but seemed to suggest that the manuscript could be strengthened if there were some way of connecting a lot of the ideas about powerlessness and how people become powerless to deal with their life situations to the kinds of principles of intervention. It's like, how are these how are these related? How is the fact that you want to talk about peer collaboration in your intervention strategy, and over here your notions about what it means to be part of a stigmatized collective and so on. And I thought about that and then decided, well, what we're really, if we're talking about powerlessness on the one hand, then what our goal is really to empower people. And so what I'm really talking about is a set of empowerment strategies. And coming to that decision helped me really crystallize some of my notions about practice and how one practices most effectively in inner cities. So that book was published in '76. I still, however, wanted some empirical validation of a lot of the theoretical kinds of formulations in the book. Those had come from not only my own experience and the students' experiences and the review of case material and so on. What had come out of that then was a group of principles based on theoretical formulations that were essentially untested. They made sense intuitively, they made sense rationally, but they were in essence untested. And again, in still working with agencies in the community as faculty liaison, one of
cassette number 3 from cassette number 2 with Barbara Solomon on 426.
Yeah. I was really talking about what I had learned from the project in the churches, the kind of impact that the research had, and the kinds of things that we had learned. That we had learned about how to intervene with organizations on behalf of families, individuals, families, And priming was one of the interventions. So in this family where we felt that there might be a negative action taken by the school if one of the kids in the family actually began to act out, the worker and the parent went to the school, explained to the counselor, to the homeroom teacher, that the family was having some difficulties. The child might respond, and if the child did respond, to call the mother or the worker, and they would come immediately to the school to pick up the kid. That way it was a kind of timeout that they were proposing as a possible action if indeed the kid acted out. And it so happened that in about 3 weeks it did. And as a matter of fact, the parent was called by the homeroom teacher. The parent went to the school and picked up the kid. The next day the kid was back in school. So that the school had been primed to behave in a different way than it would have ordinarily, and this was in the best interest of the family. This kind of intervention as an integral part of clinical social work is something that I've had to press on many practitioners who want to see intervention in organizations as macro practice and not clinical social work. In fact, when I went to a new school of social work that was as a visitor from the Council on Social Work Education, I was told that they weren't interested in that clinical social work stuff, that they were all about empowerment, and I had to make it clear to them that that was clinical social work, and that as a matter of fact, to somehow define clinical social work so narrowly that it only includes psychotherapy or one-to-one kinds of intervention was, I thought, a distortion of what clinical social work really is. And so I was defining in this project clinical social work as any social work that was focusing on helping bring about change for individuals, families, or small groups. The intervention in the school was really aimed at bringing about better resolution of the problems for that family. We would hope that the school learned something in the process and that might eventually bring about change in the organization, but that was not the immediate goal. The focus was still on the family, and therefore, from our perspective, very much clinical social work. So that study helped us to begin to identify those kinds of interventions, and as I said, therefore to make them part of the practice model, which could then be explicated, disseminated, taught, and that is certainly what I've done, and many social workers who have been influenced by that research have also done the same. So even now, I have a manuscript on my C drive on my computer, which holds a lot. Still, I get a phone call every now and then from the editor at Columbia Press, because I have promised her that at some point I was going to get back to it, because I really do want to put it together. At this point, I'm really in conflict because there are two things that I want to do, and they are both, I think, extremely important to me, and I hardly have time to do the one. So therefore, the notion that I'm going to be able to do two seems to be absolutely unthinkable, but I keep thinking the unthinkable. One is to finish that manuscript, which really does, I think, explicate more definitively what it means, what macro-level intervention for clinical social workers is really all about. When I first came over to central administration, I wrested from the provost an agreement that I would still be able to teach one course a year in the School of Social Work. In the first 3 years that I was over here, I actually did that. I taught a 4th semester course on macro level practice for clinical social workers, in which we had both COPA students and direct practice students, and it was, from my perspective, extremely useful, and the students seemed to get a great deal out of it, particularly as they were about to walk out of the door of the school, because it was essentially dealing with this whole issue of how one practices when the major dysfunction is a relationship between persons and organizations, not interpersonal between persons or in the organization itself. And I found that it was that perspective that was almost always required when I was in a staff development program of some kind with staff who invariably would say to me, "You're talking about empowering clients, but what about empowering ourselves? We're the ones who feel powerless because we know what needs to be done, and very often it's just not possible to get it there because of bureaucracy, because of government constraints, because of all of these things. And so how do you empower social workers?" And most often it was, again, the fact that their thinking had almost always reflected that unfortunate polarization in the profession of the direct practice and the indirect practitioners, as if they were somehow going on parallel tracks and that they didn't ever interface. And what my research has, I think, amply demonstrated is that particularly for those clients who have most difficulties in their lives with these relationships with organizations because of their powerlessness and need to interact with those organizations, we must be better trained in how we deal with dysfunctional relationships there between them, and very often it includes our view of what our role is. Let me give you an example. I've said to students sometimes when they're doing an assessment of the agency and the agency as an helping organization, and they look at the agency policies to try to determine how facilitated these policies are in helping them achieve some goal with the families. And I'll get back this whole thing, well, you know, we really have to do something in this agency about taking a good look at these policies, because some of them are so ambiguous that it's very difficult to interpret them, and we need to try to get greater clarity in what these policies are. And I invariably ask, are you sure you want to do that? Are you sure you want to force that policy into a definiteness that makes it impossible for you to have any flexibility to use that policy to the best advantage of the client. It may very well be that you want it to be somewhat confusing or ambiguous, at least, because you want to be able to say, this is what the client needed, and that's how I interpreted it. Isn't that a perfectly reasonable interpretation to make? That having to pin you down may not be in the best interest of your client. What you really want is the flexibility to move sometimes in different directions in order to be able to assist the client. So these are the kinds of things that I think that my research has contributed to the conceptualization of practice. And I'm always making the point that no matter what we do, when we try to figure out how can we be more effective in working with oppressed groups and working with underrepresented minorities, what we generally come out with is something that says, this is good for everybody. That this is the way that we can deal with people in general. And it just so happens that we have seen something where minority populations may have been impacted to a much greater extent, but that doesn't mean that others aren't similarly impacted. And so therefore it enhances our ability to work with people in general. And we don't just see it as something specific for that minority group. So I have moved now to think more about what it means to operate in a multi-ethnic environment. Back in the 70s, we were casting most of our problems in terms of black and white. That clearly is no longer possible. It is of enormous concern, or should be, I think, to social work being practiced in a complex, heterogeneous community like Los Angeles, where the client population on any given day may be Hispanic, Vietnamese, Cambodian, African American, or what have you. Obviously, we cannot be expert on every culture, but I do think that we can come up with guiding principles about how one negotiates again in a multicultural environment, particularly in dealing with conflicts and tensions that emerge in those environments because of difficulties in cross-cultural communication. And so the second area that I've also been doing some preliminary kind of gathering of data on has to do with multi-ethnic practice and how one deals with that. Much of it actually out of a lot that I have experienced in central administration as we've tried to create a more diverse academic community here, where we are developing a program in American Studies and Ethnicity. I actually chaired the steering committee that was developing the proposal for a program in American Studies and Ethnicity 2 years ago. That program started this year. It has actually 4 programs: African American Studies, Chicano Latino Studies, Asian American Studies, and just straight American Studies. The core courses, the introductory courses in the program are common. All of the program majors must take the same introductory courses. And
together?
Oh yes, yes, it's together. And not only that, once they are beyond the introductory courses and into their own ethnic-specific courses, they have to take courses in the others. So therefore, if you are majoring in African American studies, you have to have electives in Chicano, Latino, and Asian American studies. And it's that way for all of the majors. So they come out with a fundamental frame of reference that is shared. And they come out having some knowledge of the others as well as an in-depth knowledge of their own major. And that, I think, is the model for the society that there should be, for a cohesive society, a fundamental frame of reference that identifies the common values that we all have to hold if the society is going to hang together. And at the same time that we have fundamental understanding of our own group, that we also understand some things about others and appreciate and respect others.
I want to ask you something.
At Columbia Press about, because the only way I think that we are going to survive as a society, as heterogeneous as we are, is to find those things that we say, regardless of what our specific ethnicity is, we as Americans have a commitment to this. Then we can express things differently. We can do it. And I'll give you just one value orientation that I think that is American regardless of what our ethnicity may be. And that is a fundamental value on the right of the individual to achieve whatever his potential is, period. You may be Muslim and come from a society where women may not have had that opportunity, but if you are an American Muslim, then you're going to have to accept that as a basic social value. Now, that obviously means that obviously says that there is something different about being Arab and being Arab American, about being Chicano, a Latino or Mexican and being Mexican American, about being Italian and being Italian American. But there are some things that you can respect and celebrate and appreciate in terms of your heritage and all of that. But there are some other things that, because you're an American in this society, we place a distinct value on, which says that in any instance where that comes into conflict with what has been in the past as part of that other heritage, that this must prevail. And I think that we have to make that very clear. And so one of the positive experiences I had in chairing that steering committee was the kind of discussions that I had with the faculties who would be teaching Asian American studies and Chicano Latino studies and African American studies, to make sure that we were prepared to talk about a cohesive, fundamental frame of reference that we would agree to share, and then to free up a whole segment of the curriculum to deal with the ethnic specific, but to make sure that our students had some sense of how that was being expressed in the other groups. That, I think, is critical not just to the society, but certainly to social work practice, since practicing where people come into conflict in a multi-ethnic society, one is going to obviously run into those that are based because of difficulties in cross-cultural communication. So I've had some ideas about on one group of materials, I called it Beyond Empowerment. Another I've talked about, I wanted to get away from empowerment, and I thought that was the other kind of conceptualization. What really are you talking about now when you talk about how one deals with these inter-ethnic conflicts, these conflicts that have given us Bosnia and Rwanda and Northern Ireland and the Palestinian, Israeli conflicts, and because all of them are ethnic in their tensions and how they have come about. And what do you think you are proposing when you look at all of the materials that you've gathered and the kinds of strategies that you're talking about in dealing with this? You move beyond empowerment to what? The word that I've come up with now is equipoise, and equipoise is balance. And when I look at all of the things that I'm talking about as I start talking about these things, it is in fact the necessity to achieve balance. That no matter what it is that you value, it can be taken to an extreme and it becomes not a positive, it becomes a negative. And that it seems that we have to get a mindset at some point that we constantly have to ask, even when we are hearing people that we are prepared to disagree violently with, we have to ask, what about their point of view has some validity? No matter how wild or crazy we think it is, most of the wild, crazy things started from something that had some validity, but then it ran wild, it got carried away. And so what we have to do is to develop a kind of critical thinking process that helps us to get back to the essential issue. Because then when we go to communicate with those people that we are prepared to disagree violently with, we don't start with our disagreement. We start with what we can agree with. We start with the yes, but, I call it, I guess my yes, but syndrome. Yes, you have a right not to want this to happen, but is what you are proposing the way to deal with that? So we start with a yes, and I am saying that probably in all but the most totally irrational and extreme kinds of positions, we can find a yes. We can find a way to start the communication. That if we don't find that, then it's not going to matter. If there's somebody out there who is screaming now about affirmative action and we've got to do away with it and it's terrible and it's reverse discrimination and it's all of this, I can't go out there and say, you're wrong. You're wrong. Affirmative action has been the best thing since sliced bread to people who needed it and so on. there's not a basis for us to come together. There's no way that we are going, what's going to happen is that they're going to do everything they can to convince people of their point of view. I'm going to do everything I can to convince people of my point of view. There is never an attempt to say, where's our point of agreement? Where is it that we can say, well, we can agree on this, we disagree on this, but here is where we can agree. And my sense is that whenever we start the communication with the yes, that then we have the best possible chance of moving to some resolution of the conflict rather than having it escalate until we get to violence. So that's essentially the perspective. And as I said, I've got these two groups of materials that I've been working with.
You need equipoise between them.
That's right. That's it exactly. So, and as I said, it's almost unthinkable that I could, do both of these things simultaneously, but I have just an almost irrepressible urge to work on those. So who knows? Maybe
you'll do it.
Maybe I'll do it. Right. Okay. Time is up.
All right. Now we're ready to go. This is now the 3rd of May in Barbara's office, and we're just picking up where we left off.
Yes, I had been talking about my ongoing research interests that continue in social work, despite the fact that for the past now almost 8 years I have been in central administration. I will be team teaching a course in next spring, a 4th-year course with Paul Carlo in the Family and Children's concentration, where we will be looking at specifically the kinds of interventions that are needed when one is working in public agencies and having to deal with bureaucracies, so that the practice of social work can be effective even in host settings where often the values are not the same as that of the professional values of social work. For example, many public agencies these days have strong business orientation, public administration orientation, and I think that despite the fact that these are laudable professional orientations, they often miss something very necessary when delivering social welfare services. I think our schools' insistence that those who are trained as master's level social workers, even when they are going into community organization planning and administration, know something about the direct service to individuals, families, and groups. I think that is really essential, because those who come into those agencies as social work administrators have a sensitivity to the kinds of issues that the families bring, that clients have, that I think administrators coming out of other disciplinary orientations often do not have. I think this leads me to begin to talk a little bit about how our curriculum has changed over the years that I've been on the faculty, certainly as it has changed in relation to my own teaching and research. I, of course, was trained, as I've said before, as a caseworker. And so when the school made the shift to integrated practice methods, it was somewhat of a wrenching experience, I think, for many of us who had been trained as caseworkers. Although I think I was perhaps advantaged in that the school was beginning to move in that direction when I was in the doctoral program. And as a matter of fact, when I had indicated that I hoped to teach practice, I was advised that I should have some group work experience because all of my experience had been as a caseworker. And if I were going to teach practice in a school of social work, there was a good chance that I was going to need to know something about social group work as well as casework. And so in the doctoral program, I actually had a field experience as a therapist at what was called then the Southern California Psychiatric Institute, I think, which later became D.D. Hirsch Community Mental Health Center.
That was our first psychiatric clinic in Los Angeles.
Ah, I wasn't aware of that.
It started at the Cedars of Lebanon.
Ah, well, I had a year's field placement there, and my task during that year was to develop a social work group treatment program in an agency that had only had group therapy as modeled from the psychiatric perspective. The supervisors were psychiatrists or those who had come out of a psychiatric frame of reference, so that the group therapy that was offered there had never been defined as social group work. And so I, as a doctoral student, was given the charge of developing social group work to the extent that I could articulate the difference between the approach that I would take as a social work group practitioner versus a psychiatrically defined group therapist. And that is how I spent my year. And I was able not only to publish the model, I was able to use it when I came on the faculty as we began developing the integrated practice course, which included both casework and group work. I was much less sanguine about the incorporation of community organization into this mix. Wasn't quite sure that that was going to be at all possible, but I found the faculty extremely open to trying out ideas about how it could be done, and I think that actually characterized our faculty over time. This willingness to move beyond what they had been taught or even where they were at a given time, to consider innovations and things that seem to be in the best interest of the profession because of changing practice needs and so on. And certainly the integrated practice methods were, I think, a major contribution of our faculty to a movement that swept across the country in schools of social work. I also feel that we were out front when it came to integrating ethnic content into our curriculum. I certainly remember those days in the late 60s and early 70s when we had the faculty retreats where we went to discuss as a faculty how we were going to be more culturally sensitive, how we were going to integrate more content on underrepresented minority groups into our curriculum. And I even recognized much later our ability to even move beyond that when it became clear that those early efforts put a great deal of emphasis on consciousness raising as the place we needed to be in social work, to sensitize practitioners to cultural differences. And so consciousness raising became probably a major objective in many of our practice classes, as well as in the courses on human behavior and the social environment. But several years later, it was clear that we had to go beyond that, that it wasn't just enough to say, well, we all have racist attitudes or beliefs or what have you. We had to move beyond that to what does it mean about the kinds of problems we encounter and what do we do about dysfunctional feelings, attitudes, and so on. I think that was always there, but at a much lower kind of intensity.
Not as well articulated.
So that the much bigger piece seemed to be how can we raise the consciousness of insensitive people. And I think our ability to move beyond that was very important, because I think not just in social work but in many of the helping professions we've tended to get mired down at that level and not move beyond it. And I think it is absolutely critical that if we are going to be effective in working with across cultural boundaries, that it becomes necessary that we think through very carefully the implications of specific attitudes, beliefs, and how we incorporate that into our intervention strategies, which hopefully can lead to positive change. So I think that the faculty of our School of Social Work at the University of Southern California has been extremely open to the changing society and its needs, and actually developing our curriculum to be responsive to that. I don't think that we could be criticized, at least with there being much validity to it, for staying in one place, getting into a kind of rut and not moving forward. I think we have been a very forward-moving faculty. I sense this in two experiences I had outside of the country, one in England and one in Kenya. In England, I was part of a group that developed a workshop for English social workers, interestingly enough, focusing on social work in the workplace. This was sponsored by Smith College School for Social Work. I always have to say that because they emphasize that it is the School for Social Work, that had been asked to organize a group of American social workers who had some understanding of social work in the workplace to provide a kind of educational opportunity for English social workers who were interested in what for them was a very new but also apparently exciting direction for the profession to take. This was not long after we had started in our school a series of symposia, task forces, and so on to think about social work in the workplace, and you're very familiar with all of that activity, which did involve a number of faculty in that effort. I had also taught in Smith College's summer program for, I think, 2 summers prior to that, and had mentioned the fact that we were very interested in this area, and had talked about it as I was teaching empowerment strategies for working in underrepresented minority communities. So I was invited to travel to England with this group and present this 2-week workshop. It was a very interesting experience because there were so many apparent contradictions. The English,
the workshop leaders, or the U.S. social workers, or the English?
I think the contradictions were when we looked at the positions being taken by the 2 groups, by the profession in the 2 countries, given the political structures of the countries. For example, the English, with their socialist government, had a very difficult time thinking of social work as compatible with a capitalist kind of system. They saw social work as very compatible with a socialist perspective, where there was supposedly the emphasis on equity and sharing and the distance between the boss and the employees supposedly not very distant at all, except we certainly found out later that this was more in philosophy than in actuality. That the notion of the workplace as somehow one where one earned on the basis of one's effort and so on, where their perception of capitalism was of a very oppressive kind of economic system, and therefore to see social workers being hired by the oppressors, in other words, the company CEOs and so on, they didn't quite understand why they would want us. Weren't we somehow antithetical to their notion of the profit motive overall, and not humanistic things in terms of the quality of life for the employee? And I think we were able to say to them, no, we think that social work is very consistent with the capitalist commitment to profit. That as a matter of fact, one of the most compelling things for the employer is that by having a not only competent but satisfied workforce, they were going to get the greatest productivity. That to the extent that their workforce was ill, emotionally stressed, that was going to lower productivity, and so therefore it was in the best interest.
This is a continuation from side A. This is cassette number 3.
Yes, I was talking about my experience in England with English social workers, trying to help them understand the role of social work in business and industry in the United States. I think that it was somewhat difficult for them to perceive this, particularly when their assessment of the relationship between the profession and the government in England was that it was not a very positive relationship. So that on the one hand, we were talking about social work operating in a capitalist economy with a government that was essentially accepting some responsibility for social welfare, despite the fact that we had a capitalist kind of economy. Whereas in England, there was, for example, the strong feeling that even though a factory might hypothetically not have a compensation structure that was somehow out of compliance with the notion that each to his own effort, so that the bosses did not get huge amounts more than the workers, there were very clear class differences that English society may have a somewhat socialist government or political system, but social class differences were much more marked in their business and industry organization than in ours. And the idea, for example, that the company, the owners, the managers, and so on, would ever eat in the same cafeteria, a dining room, with the workers was totally unheard of, unacceptable. It was interesting here. I was down at Security Pacific Bank to a meeting where the president of the bank had a group in his private dining room with all of the kind of service and so on that you would get in an elegant restaurant. And when we remarked on it, he said, well, this is great for me too, because most of the time I'm eating down in the employee's dining room. In England, that wouldn't have happened. He would have always been in his, or with other managers, and not eating in the employee dining room. So I think that there were very clear differences. We talked certainly about the fact that this was certainly not a part of our tradition in this country, that we were, in a sense, breaking new ground as we were moving more and more into the workplace, but that it was greater and greater recognition of the importance of the workforce in maintaining the productivity of the country and in actually increasing the productivity of our economy, in our economy. So the proceedings from that, I've continued to have correspondence with a couple of the social workers who attended that conference. By the way, the attendees were primarily practitioners with a small group of faculty from English schools of social service but the bulk were practitioners who were out in the small towns and as well as some of the major cities. And so we felt that it was a real opportunity to share in terms of what direction the profession seemed to be going in. The real point I think I'm making is that our school had already begun to articulate the position of social work in the workplace as we were moving toward the development of a concentration in that. And this was found to be exciting by people even outside the United States. A second place where I got an opportunity to get a sense of how our school was doing in terms of its commitment to the education and training of social workers who could really make a difference in the kinds of problems that were being encountered in our own country was in Kenya during the Women's Conference in '85, where actually I was there twice. I was there in January with a group of women sponsored by the African American Institute that was interested in bringing women leaders to Kenya prior to the actual conference itself, to meet with some women leaders in Kenya to see if we were on the same wavelengths about the kinds of issues that were important to women globally and how these issues could best be addressed in an international conference like the one that was to happen that summer. And I got an opportunity to talk to a number of faculty from the two major, one college, one university there in Kenya, particularly about how they dealt with social problems post-colonialism, where now they were not an underrepresented minority as we talk in our country about underrepresented minorities. They now were the majority, not only the majority, they were in political control of their own destinies. And so it was of interest to me what happens when an underrepresented majority in a case now becomes into control. What difference does it make in the way that various kinds of problems are addressed? And it was very interesting to share our approaches to problems of underrepresented minorities, because now they were defining underrepresented minorities in their own country. There were tribal groups, minorities, who were the same color, who I could not tell the difference physically in terms, they all looked like Kenyans to me, but they could tell each other, and they knew that they were from different tribes, and there were different...
And it was more than differences in language.
Oh yes, very much so. And very much so in terms of power. The Kikuyu group had been the group in charge of, I shouldn't say in charge, but it certainly played the largest leadership role in independence, in getting independence, and so played a major role in the early days of the government, but was not the most highly educated of a smaller group, which had been a kind of elite group, but numerically not as large, began to gain more and more power just by the power of education and competence and so on. And so they had these internal kinds of stresses that they had to deal with. And it was interesting as I talked with the social worker there, who, by the way, had been trained in England, not in the United States, but talked about how one ensures equity in a country where there are tribal traditions, where there are class differences, some that have been actually exacerbated by the former colonial oppressors who gave prior preference to certain groups over others, and then after they left a kind of residue of hostility and tension and so on that had to be dealt with. And I really developed a new appreciation again for this whole issue of cross-cultural boundaries and how one deals with heterogeneity under one political system. That thinking of the United States as an extremely heterogeneous society and our multi-ethnic kind of society, but one where most of these groups immigrated to the country and therefore have countries of identity, where even though they are not now citizens of those countries, there's a kind of cultural identity that still remains. And so for us, it is how do we take all of these cultural identities under a single political structure and make it work and really develop a cohesive society where we feel a kind of common bond. And there you had a political group that had been formed by others, not by themselves, by others, and who had put together groups that had never traditionally been together, but now they had geographical boundaries and a national identity that had essentially was not their choice, but had been imposed from outside. At least we could say one of the ways I think we can deal with the fact that we have all of these different cultural identities is that they chose to come here, except the slaves that or the Native Americans, but for the largest part of our society, it was a matter of choice. And now, because of the experience of slavery, even if you were to ask the most radical African American activist as to where they perceived their home, it would be here. It would not be Africa. And so there, on the other hand, you have these tribal identities all now coexisting in a nation that has boundaries that were never defined by anything specific to their culture. And so they spill across these boundaries as easily as anything because they've never traditionally had those boundaries. And so now you have a similar kind of problem of how do we get this heterogeneous society made up of people who may in fact be hostile to each other to really now be a cohesive community. And the social workers talked a lot about cross-cultural differences and cross-cultural identities in their own country in a way that I would never have thought of without that kind of experience. But again, was able to talk to on the basis of some of our own experience in the School of Social Work here in bringing together students from different ethnic groups who are now having to practice in communities with persons that they had never shared a space or a sense of identity with before. And we found that we had a great deal in common. I think perhaps one of the most unsettling questions that was raised at one point was one of the social workers asked, how is it that we see among the Jewish people in the United States a real connection to Israel? And so when Israel can go to the United States and get a great deal of support for its programs and so on from the Jewish people in the United States, we haven't seen African Americans in the United States doing the same thing for people in Africa. And I had to point out a number of things that I thought did not make the two situations at all the same. For example, it was very clear that people in Africa are in many, many different countries. Israel is a single country, and so that there can be a very focused kind of sense of needs and what kind of support and that kind of thing. Africa is many countries, and many of them having conflicting goals, objectives, different kinds of government, different levels of commitment to human rights, all kinds of things. So we can't even identify with a continent when you start trying to talk about is there a commitment to support for Africans. You almost have to ask where, under what conditions, and so on. And I thought that was very different. I think they finally understood, and I think that was important because I think that their attitudes toward African Americans from this country had been somewhat negative, that we were not supportive of a lot of the things they were trying to accomplish. They saw the United Nations as an important entity in assisting them, but not so much the United States, and certainly not African Americans in the United States. But at any rate, I think the important thing is that I think there is a lot to be learned from the interaction of social workers in the United States and social workers in other countries. I think that especially as I've tried to define the game plan for achieving effective relationships among different ethnic groups, the opportunities provided on the faculty of our school have been excellent. I have certainly felt that I was in any mainstream of the faculty concerns that anybody wanted to define. Not that I was in some peripheral place out here, that I was tolerated on the faculty, that my interests weren't the interest of the total faculty. I think that certainly there has been great commitment to these concerns by the faculty as a whole. And when I say as a whole, obviously there are some who commit more than others. But I certainly have found no effort to direct me to something that was more central to the professional kinds of agenda. And I think that my interest is part of that agenda and part of the profession's agenda. And I think as I've come over to central administration, I have also found that there's a lot to be said for emphasizing the fact that social work skills are useful in almost any social institution that we can identify where there is likely to be conflict between individuals and those institutions. That's what we're all about, that the psychiatrist may deal with the intrapsychic life of the individual, but when that same individual comes into conflict with some social institution or his ability to function effectively in those institutions, that's where social work is, to try to help reduce that conflict, to resolve that problem. And that certainly has been true, I think, as I have watched what needs to be done in central administration. In fact, I've said to some, this is like coming back to practice after having spent my time in teaching and research. Being in central administration has been like finding myself back in practice, because I seem constantly to be at the point of trying to resolve problems mostly in interpersonal relationships. And when I look at my colleagues in the administration, I'm often aware of a very different kind of approach that I have to problem solving than many of them do. And that approach is I guess, best described as, if I am encountering a problem, if there is a problem to be resolved, the most effective approach is going to be direct, head-on, and immediate. That it doesn't help if you ignore it or if you try to avoid it. It never goes away, it just gets worse. And I think most of us in social work know that very well. So when a problem comes across the desk, you don't put it aside hoping that if I wait long enough it'll probably go away. Or you don't try to say that, well, we don't really have a problem. You don't try to define it away or deny it. It is, okay, there is a problem here, what are we going to do about it?
I'm very interested in your description of this, because from my far more peripheral exposure to working with Dr. Hubbard and Dworak-Peck, and then with Sundberg, but not to the same extent. This was my approach, and this is why they came to have a high regard for social workers. They had no idea that we would face things directly and help them.
That's right.
To do
That's
it.
right. That's it exactly. And in every chance I get, when someone says to me, "Oh, Barbara, that was really great. We'll have to call you, when we're in trouble and this kind of thing," I keep saying, that's my social work skills that you're talking about, because I really want them to get a sense of the profession, that it's not just the person, it is how this person has been trained to deal with problem situations. I can't tell you how many administrators really don't like tension and conflict. And so therefore they are uncomfortable when there are situations that are tense, and they do everything they can to avoid them. And I've always said, no, that is not the way you deal with it. You have to go directly to the tension and the conflict and say, now what can we do about this? What is its source, and how can we reduce it? But avoiding it is never going to be the answer. And going back to my social work training, and certainly the kind of training I've done with social work students, I think this doesn't come naturally. It's not something, there may be a few people out there who intuitively may do this, but not very many. I think this is the kind of thing that comes after a lot of training and a lot of practice, that you can take that kind of approach. So, in other words, I think it's far more normal in the normal course for people to avoid conflict and tension. So it's not something that is negative in that sense. I think that's human nature almost, to try to avoid that. But we have been specifically trained not to avoid this, but to meet it head on. And I think we can be very effective in organizations helping those persons who have responsibilities in those organizations deal with tension and conflict that arises. So I also, when I look at the direction the school seems to be going now, and I'm somewhat reluctant because I haven't been as close to the school over the past 5 or 6 years, obviously, as I have been in the past, but I certainly have had an opportunity to talk to some of the faculty, to know a little bit about the kind of research that they are interested in doing. I think that there is probably going to be a stronger articulation of what kind of research now needs to be done to really move practice forward. I think that for a long time we struggled to make research a central part of every faculty member's portfolio, that in a research university you have to do this. And it's almost like the place we were in integrating minority content in the curriculum. It was that consciousness raising stage. And I think for over the past several years we had put a great deal of emphasis on consciousness raising among faculty who are, first of all, practitioners, that in a major research university you've got to be researchers and you've got to do it. And so now I think the school really is prepared to move to the next stage and say not all research is a good thing to do for the profession. And I think that this is particularly important because in some ways there's been some dissonance, I think, in the way social work faculty's engagement in research, between their engagement in research, and what's good for them in the university. And let me explain that. The tenure system says that a junior faculty coming on has 6 years to develop a portfolio which reflects productivity, research, and publication. And so from the moment they walk in, every junior faculty member is aware of this timeline. There's some research that can only be done over the long run. And it's not even longitudinal research. It's just research that requires time for you to do the kind of political things you need to do to prepare the opportunity for yourself to be able to get in there and do it. That takes time. It's very often research that's going to be done in an agency setting, in that's directly related to practice, which may be the most important kind of research that we can do. And yet, very often, you can't do that research until you're tenured, because before then, it's too risky to do that. Other professions, I think, have had an advantage because medical school faculty can do their research right in the hospital. They have a practice setting in which they can do their research. As I've said, social work is in every social institution. There is no single agency that we could have which could at all reflect the many faces of social work practice. And I know several schools have tried to have agency kinds of settings that were developed by the school, but I don't think they've ever been that successful because they have been too small a piece of what social work is all about. And when I was director of the Social Work Research Institute, one of the things that I wanted to do was to see if we could develop for the Institute a group of affiliated agencies. These agencies would be across the whole spectrum of practice in social work. And so there would be a quid pro quo. An affiliated agency would give our faculty access to their client population for research purposes. That would be the primary contingency of their association with us. And for that, they would be able to get a certain amount of technical assistance from the Research Institute for their practitioners who wanted to do their own research in their agency. So we would have a kind of trade-off, the technical assistance for the access. I sent out questionnaires to about 200 agencies in the Southern California, mostly LA County, but some in Orange County, area to ask about their commitment to social work research, the kinds of research that they thought we needed to do. And as part of it, I asked the question whether they would be interested in affiliating with the USC Social Work Research Institute, and whether if they did affiliate, whether they would be willing to pay an affiliation fee. In other words, if we said, okay, you pay $2,000 a year for an affiliation fee, you get the technical assistance we have access to, that could also assist in some small way for some of the kinds of some of the things that the Institute needed in the way of computer time and all of this kind of thing. I got back probably over 100 of the questionnaires that were sent out, which I thought was great. And of those, about 70, as I recall, in the early 70s, like 71 or 72, returns indicated, yes, that they would be very interested in affiliating with the Research Institute. Almost all of them at that particular time, because it was a time when it was the first wave of the economic recession that was going on. This was actually, I would say, at the beginning of the Reagan administration, when Reagan got in and said, I'm going to cut everything, and so there was great consternation going on. The timing was awful in terms of finding any interest in providing any kind of economic resources to the institute. So but they did say that there was interest there, and that if we wanted to work out something like that, they would come to the table to discuss this. I actually moved over to central administration about maybe 6 or 7 months after this was returned. And I actually almost said no to coming over to central administration, because I thought I would really like the opportunity to pursue that. Again, because it would give our faculty an opportunity to be able to do research with client populations on a broad base, that they didn't have to worry about having to go out and develop the relationships and work through all kinds of things, that we could already have a kind of accepting environment in which these studies could be conducted. And so I thought this would reduce some of the disadvantage that we have. It even goes into the business of teaching research, because in the way we teach research, and again, I haven't been as close to it as I have been in the past, but for most of my career, we had a research project or a thesis that had to be completed, but because of the way the program is structured, it didn't really help us to teach research very well. For example, in the arts and sciences, if you're working on a master's in English or history or political science, you're told you have to do 48 units of coursework, and then when you complete your thesis, you get your master's. In social work, we say we have a 2-year program, master's program. And in that 2 years, you will take so many units and you will complete your research project. But we tell people coming in, it is a 2-year program. It is designed to be a 2-year master's program. In the arts and sciences, they say, you can take so many units a semester, and you can actually do if you take 16 units a semester, you can actually complete this in your thesis probably in 2 years, but they do not tell you it is a 2-year program. Mm-hmm. In social work, because I think we were committed to the 2-year program, we often taught research in a way that research just never is done in the real world. That is, you may design a study, and then your study design says that you plan to sample this population. All invariably, and I've always said this to students, you can always be sure that it's going to take longer than you thought it was going to take. It always does. It's very difficult to really measure the length of time, because there are so many contingencies.
You can't you deal with the time of other people who are involved.
That's right. You just can't do it. So therefore, invariably, you find yourself making compromises that you would never do in the real world. If you were really out there in the real world, you wouldn't stop here with this sample that now is far too small to do what you'd really like to do, and you just go on and take the time that would be required to do that. you wouldn't settle for a lot of things that I think we ended up settling for, that I don't think helps students really understand how research is done and how it ought to be done, and therefore really getting the kind of gratification that can come from doing a piece of research and doing it well and being able then to share your findings and so on. So again, it seemed to me that with an opportunity to have the kind of environment that you would constantly have ongoing research and have students then connect always to ongoing research so that they would be able maybe to have a piece of this, but at the end of it, not to say, well, that's it, it's over. Well, this is all that you were able to do, and you did a credible job on that, but you, of course, see how the whole piece is to be done, and we will still send you, having participated in this, you will continue to get the kind of progress reports and final report on this when it's ultimately done, because you were part of it. It just seemed to me that that's a more rational way, and one much more likely to produce social workers who know how research really ought to be done, even though they have not had an opportunity to go through an entire piece of it personally and on their own and what have you. So at the time that I came over to central administration, the tension was, do I really want to stay here and really make this happen, or do I want to now take on this new challenge? Well, I took on the new challenge, but I still have retained, I think, a commitment to seeing research, social work research in the research university being done in a way that is compatible with the research university, but also, perhaps even more important, compatible with what the profession needs and what social work research training ought to be. And so I participated on the research task force that the National Institute of Mental Health established, I guess now it's about 6 years ago. We met, I think, for 3 years. I think the report came out 3 years ago now, where the National Institute of Mental Health established this task force, not only to study what kind of research did the social work research did the Institute need to support, but did the profession need, so that we were given the charge to look not just at social work in mental health, but social work research, period. And so we really did do that by gathering a great deal of data from schools of social work all over the country, reviewing all kinds of research reports done by social workers, assessing the state of the art in terms of where we were in the profession, but I think even more importantly, where we needed to go. And we're beginning to see some payoff from that. We're beginning to see that in the Institute's announcement of the Social Work Centers of Excellence, I just participated in the second cycle of reviews for schools of social work submitting proposals for centers of excellence. In the first cycle, none of them were actually approved. In the second cycle, I think one of them was approved. These centers of excellence are to be interdisciplinary, but social work is the primary discipline, but they are to pull in other mental health disciplines into the centers. They are to take advantage of senior researchers who can train social work doctoral students in research methods, all the way from research design, sampling, statistical analysis, all of these things. And the major purpose of these centers is training. It is to train researchers who are skilled in the most sophisticated methods of social research, particularly as it relates to mental health.
Yes, now it's started to move. It probably needs a little jerk or something to get it going. This is a continuation from cassette number 3 with Barbara Solomon.
Yes, I was talking about the NIMH Centers of Excellence, research centers for social work. And one was funded in the last cycle. We submitted one the first cycle, the School of Social Work did. It was not funded, but we were given some excellent suggestions, which I am sure will mean that we can be funded when it is resubmitted for the next cycle. The current director of the Social Work Research Institute has in fact been in Washington over this past year, and part of her responsibility has been assistance in the development of this program. So we are feeling very good about having absolutely the best opportunity to have our center's proposal actually funded by having someone who has been involved in the development of it as director of the center. So when Kathy L. returns to the faculty this coming year, one of the first things on the agenda will be the resubmission of that proposal, and the likelihood then that we will have established here at USC one of the national centers of excellence, the National Social Work Research Centers of Excellence. This then, I think, for me means that it will be possible for that research center to move in many of the directions that I had hoped we would be able to by actually having a program of ongoing research involving a number of agencies out in the community that are affiliated with the center, so that our students will really have firsthand knowledge of how really excellent research is conducted, and that our doctoral students can come out of our doctoral program truly prepared to be productive faculty anywhere in the country. So I have great optimism that our school is on the threshold of being an even greater school than it has been. Of course, we were number 7 in U.S. News and World Report out of 120 or so. I fully expect that over the next 5 years we'll be up near the top. Well, I think that's the end. Are there any other questions?
Well, aside from refining our research system and focus and goals, what are other things you think that we should keep in mind for the school's future?
I think the strategic plan of the university is very important for the School of Social Work, because I think there is so much in that strategic plan which places the School of Social Work as a key player in not just its own strategic plan, but in moving the strategic plan of the whole university forward. I say that because there are several initiatives, there are 4 initiatives in the university strategic plan, and many of them have some relevance for social work. For example, one of them has to do with the university's conceptualization of undergraduate education, which at first blush would seem not to include social work at all. But the way the university intends to make its undergraduate program unique is to connect it to its professional schools. That the integration of professional education and undergraduate education is seen, particularly in our GE courses, in our general education courses, is seen as one of the things that can make USC's undergraduate program different from a lot of other peer institutions. We have more professional schools than any other private university in the country. We would like an opportunity, therefore, to say that if you come to USC, your general education courses will be giving you a strong grounding in the liberal arts, but that the liberal arts are often perceived from the perspective of the society as a whole and the kinds of problems that are encountered in society. So we may have a general education course on concepts of equality and justice taught by a team of someone from law, someone from social work, and someone from political science. That when it gets to the arts and the history of arts, we have the professional schools of theater and cinema and so on that can be integrated into this whole general education arena. So how social work can be included in the future in a way that will give undergraduate students a greater understanding of the profession, of the value of the profession to society, and the kinds of practice that social workers do, I think is going to be a real challenge for the school in the future. But if it happens, again, it may certainly increase our opportunity to bring some of the best and the brightest into the profession through their exposure early in their undergraduate education to social work values, social work issues, social work concerns. Another of the strategic plan initiatives has to do with interdisciplinary programs at the university. One of my major responsibilities next year as Vice Provost for Faculty Affairs is to establish a task force that is going to be looking at how one structures the reward system for faculty in the university to encourage interdisciplinary kinds of programs. Again, our program, Interprofessional Initiative, that social work has really taken the lead role in, I think may be a prototype for other kinds of interdisciplinary programs. It's going to be extremely important, however, for the university to come up with a way of rewarding faculty who engage in that and not punishing them by making it more difficult for them to get tenure, more difficult for them to get allocation of tuition and so on, because they are now collaborating rather than taking it all themselves. So that has to be worked on, but I think social work, again, it's interesting that almost every one of the responses to the provost's memo encouraging faculty and deans to submit to him a proposal for an interdisciplinary initiative, one in health, the health area, and one that looked at Southern California and how we could use it as a laboratory for our faculty research. And every proposal that I have seen has included social work, which says to me that social work is being perceived by these other disciplines as a key player in any kind of interdisciplinary program that we may be, as a university, supporting and providing resources for in the very near future. So again, I think the school is in a good place because not only are its issues at the heart of so much of applied research in general, but it has already begun to move in that direction even before the strategic plan was even started, so that it's now in a place where it has experience and can actually engage in these kinds of interdisciplinary discussions with concrete examples of how one can move toward an interdisciplinary program.
Well, these responses that identify social work as one of the players then are really responsive to the role of social work and a recognition of the school.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. One that I just got an announcement of, one group will be meeting on Monday, and it's has kind of this is the health initiative, and it has a kind of tentative umbrella title of the Center for Health and Human Performance. So, but it's looking at health broadly defined, and so it includes the allied health professions, it includes social work, it includes psychology, it includes biomedical engineering, it includes a number of these disciplines at the table, and it includes social work as one of those invited to participate in this discussion. Yes. So I think that's very important. The emphasis on applied research, I think, cannot help but draw on the expertise of the social work faculty as we begin to address critical social problems that we are facing right now. I mean, everything from family violence, abortion, surrogate parenting, how to deal with adoptions, the case where the 4-year-old was taken from his adoptive parents and given to the birth parents 4 years late. All of those are issues that are on the front pages of our newspaper day after day after day, and those are the very issues that social work research is addressing. And so I can't help but feel that the school will be a major player in the future in almost 3/4 of the initiatives that go forward under the impetus of our strategic plan at the university. And I think that's another reason why it can't help but become more and more prominent nationally and internationally.
Good. I think you have given us, because it's not just me, fascinated as I have been, a very good insight, both where you were coming from, where you think we are, and where we should be going. And I thank you.
Well, you are very welcome.